It's like a dream. The four of us out walking like we used to.
Enjoying this, are you? Gav and the others could be in danger as we speak.
You're right. I'm sorry. Yote is a fine scout. If Canville was attacked, she will already have begun gathering information.
Tabor isn't far. We should pick up the pace.
After it!
Careful!
The bandits may be no more, but look what they've left us.
It shouldn't be too hard to find goods.
The gentlemen of the town guard are a strapping bunch.
You wouldn't happen to know if the pieces that were stolen from my stall were recovered, would you? They were irreplaceable.
Could be I know something more.
Clive, listen! I found someone who says it...
Have you?
Go on.
All right. It's like I said. A wizened old crone by the name of Karen's been selling steel to whoever will pay her price. Says the more swords and spears she puts in, and the more war being waged, the more call. And who will they all turn to? Why, the good
And you've seen this?
Aye, you'll find her right here plying her trade.
Here in Delamere. Where exactly?
She has a stall here in the market. But if you're not the patient type, you can probably find that it'd be a bolder man than me that braved that particular nest of vipers. Feeling bold, traveler? Now, if that's all...
Sorry to have kept...
You don't think...
Not unless she's discovered the secret of how to be in two places.
Eh?
Lady Karen hasn't left the hideaway in weeks.
Good question.
And I'll visit this storehouse on the...
All right.
You too, Goots.
It has long been my habit to keep a watchful eye on the comings and goings around Dalamil. I shall continue to do so.
The safety of the town is in our hands.
Time to brave the Viper's Nest.
Just you, is it?
It was a fairly unconvincing So,
That's up to die a slow death. Boys, he's on...
leave now and we can pretend this didn't happen.
Oh, you've done it now.
Go on.
When the Borgwyn finds out you've killed, he only wanted that bull of a manservant, the dim one always clinging to Karen's skirts. You weren't even supposed to...
What were you going to...
The Borgwyn wanted him to get to Karen. I was only supposed to point the lump in the right direction once he arrived in... Then you turned... Well, go on then.
You're not worth the effort. I need to find Good.
Get your filthy paws off me, you naughty-pated lout!
Stop calling me names! And stop spreading them horrible lies about Nan!
Well, that will be easy enough. For they are not lies. Every last word...
Goose.
He's gonna... He said she had...
After what she did, it is only right. That loathsome harpy's very existence is a... Goots, was it? Only run along now.
No.
No.
I don't care what she did. Promise me, you or I'll...
Goose.
Enough!
Karen, but how did you...
You're a sight less clever than you think you are, the pair of you. Did you think I wouldn't notice the two of you slinking off to... Well, the whole thing got me thinking, who in Dalimil might bear me a grudge? And a certain snivelling shit I ran afoul of in me fairy, though it was just Bogan. But I thought the years might have taught you some sense. But I see you the same. What was it we called you?
You. Everything that... It was all... And now you'll
Goots, you...
If you want a piece of Nan, you'll have to go through me.
Fuck.
You great girl. Out of the way! So, wet legs. You remember what you told me when... An eye for an eye? Wise words, Sam. And now, it's time... Sorry to keep...
Is he...
Dead? No. It's an easy going through life, one eye short of a pair. After all,
You don't mean...
Oh, don't tell me. Lost it to old wet legs back when we were working. They said I'd stolen from his strongbox. I'd done nothing of the sort, mind. But that didn't stop him taking, so I took some of my own. Sorry, lost everything. His coin, his clients... But he crossed a line, dragging poor Goop. He didn't hurt you, did he?
No, Nan. Still got all my arm, but...
Well, if he does, let's we take the other eye, then we work our way down. But something tells me the wet legs is right. Let's get you back.
Remind me never to cross you, Karen.
Martha's got a big heart. It's a pity there's so many who are happy to take advantage.
Sorry, but if you're looking for a bed, there's none to be had right now.
The fates seem bent on driving me from my inn. If they want me out...
My lord Marquis, is that... It is you. Then you received my letter. I am Sebastian Rutherford, chief steward of your lord uncle's estate.
Of course. We met...
Yes, my lord.
And what was so...
1,000 apologies, my lord.
It's all right.
I am here at Martha's Rest, at the behest, tasked with learning what I am able of the realm's cup. And what I have learned is grim. The fall of the Mother Crystals has left storm, and the subsequent darkening of the heavens has only made things worse. Akashicat, the gears of governance of the realm threatens to drift. Your lord uncle, however, believes there is a way to avoid this fate, and...
That sounds...
It is. Hence my having enlisted the aid of several colleagues serving the 7 high houses.
Alas.
I have lost contact. They are both able-bodied and trained in the sword. Yet in these dark times...
So you want me? I'll need to know.
One I sent to investigate the Republic. The other, the old Imperial cap...
That doesn't exactly narrow it down. It's not going to be easy finding one man in an entire republic. Let's hope someone here's seen something.
Mummy? The gentleman of the town guard is...
Come on. Someone's got himself in trouble.
I don't see them, so you can stop.
Please!
I'll deal with this.
You that one's master, then? If you'd kindly pay the coin he owes us.
Or you can go back to your garrison and I will...
Oh, you're more than welcome to. He hasn't had many visitors.
I'd expect as much from Hugo's faithful, but...
Much has changed in the Republic now.
You've seen this kind of thing, but...
Many times.
You're one of Rutherford. You sent me to look...
Well, then you have my thanks. I fancy I could defend myself against one, perhaps two, but I arrived in Dalimil several days ago, but when I called upon the captain of the local garrison to make inquiries, his men confiscated my...
The captain is no more. And his men make the rules now.
Fortunately, I was able to bribe my way free, only to be stopped again.
What of the Fist Central Command? Surely they wouldn't allow such...
I would imagine they are unaware of it. Most of the army has fallen back to the capital, and those who weren't recalled now rule the fringe...
Then it's worse than we... You should return to Reserve.
I'll find a caravan heading north. You won't mind if I...
Not at all. Now, if he was bound for Oriflamme... There's a lot of road between here and the capital. Rutherford's man could be anywhere.
Fly, Ambrosia.
What happened?
If they've already released...
I'm not.
But then you found him. I'm Alistair Rockford, attendant to the Lady Ariane...
Of the 7 High Houses of Rosette. It's been a long time since last I saw my great... Is she well?
My Lord Marquis? I was on my way back from the old capital when I saw some...
Bandits.
They looked... It didn't matter.
Which way did they go?
South.
All right. Founder knows I've met enough of them. You head back to Northreach. Visit the Vale.
Thank you.
They just couldn't resist, could they?
This one's ours, pretty boy.
You don't need to tell me twice.
This looks to be all...
I thought I told you to make for the...
And stand by, as ill might befall the heir.
It's just Clyde, which is more than can be said for you.
I will survive.
Strange that the garrison wouldn't intervene in such a brazen...
The garrison have their hands full inside the city. There are few hands left to work the fields, and even the market stalls are nearly bare, and the price for what remains is exorbitant. It's not uncommon to see a fight break out over a crust of bread. When I said the ones who attacked me didn't have the look of bandits, I meant it.
Rockford, if you are to continue first, need to seek...
I shall return to... But allow me to thank...
Don't thank me.
I suppose he'll be one. I shall send him a step...
My uncle certainly has his work cut out for him. I should go and tell Rutherford that his colleagues is... I see you're still here.
The Rest's location affords a constant flow of Speaking of which, I received word from both my associates. They have resumed their investigation.
I only happened to be in the right place at the right time. They both seem to think the realm's prospects rather grim.
I am afraid that grim would be putting it lightly. Storm is in crisis, and if we are to free her, we must work quickly. And we must work together. Such is your Lord Uncle's wish.
As it is mine.
Mindless though they are, an Akashic horde large enough to besiege the free city.
Nothing like a dish of cold.
I didn't mean to. I just thought.
Aye, well, someone had to. Your parents reckon the both of us would be worse off if I'd not taken you up. You've always been, and I'd have you stay that way. So don't you dare go looking for.
Oh, well, I will. If you ever need help.
Why, you big fine. Play.
Thanks, Nat.
There's nothing he wouldn't do for you.
That's as maybe. But if he's ever to make his own way in life, he'll need to start looking out. Till then, he'll need people to watch his back. Just like you did in Dalamil.
Of course.
Stop it. I don't go thinking that'll do you any favours. A potion to Dale could... Let me tell you.
All right.
Them rumours wet legs was might be they weren't just tales plucked. You see, there were a time when I weren't too particular about who I sold steel to, so long as they paid me the right. Some women lust after blood, others after flesh, but me? And to satisfy that lust, I sold to opposing armies, stabbed my every client in the back, made myself the most... Well, then one day I met... said he'd give me access to a realm-wide community of like-minded individuals in constant need of steel and sundries. On the condition I sold to him and...
Was that the first time you met?
Aye. And I fell right into his damn trap. He was true to his word, so I ended up being true to mine. And I soon started making the best profits I've seen since taking up the trade. And all without aiding or abetting any outlaws. Except Sid himself, that is. Told me about his plan to topple the mother crystals, you know. Said that with them gone, the realm would want for all manner of things. An opportunity. Why, I reckon an enterprising individual could find himself the richest dam in the Twin. And that's when he had me. I emptied my stores, and the rest, as they say, is ancient. A dozen years on, and I'm... But I can say, you've all shown me there are some things...
That there are.
So don't you go messing it all up. Still alive, are you? That great lump? No. If you're gonna buy some, be quick about it. You're rubbing me blind, you know. You'll not find a better price than that. Finished, are you?
Seems the hideaway's lost its...
book. Here, you put me in this situation, Clive. You can bloody well get me out of it.
Are you sure it's me you're looking for?
I'm all the cook will be needing, thank you very much. What I want from you is a little of your time, right? Oh, you remember Ivan's stew, right? Well, so I thought I'd try making one of these supposed masterpieces.
It wasn't as straightforward as you'd hoped.
Yeah, but this is my blimmin' kitchen, and I will not be outdone. So if you don't want to be seen as playing favourites, I suggest...
I've never been one to play favourites, Molly. So...
A fried mortress of skyworm. Recipe seemed easy, and only... Turns out skyworm livers and drake's mint are not what I thought they were. At least I hope they're not, given the rancid mess...
Ivan said the recipes in the culinary pilgrimage date back centuries. He used to say the
Wow. That's a kindly old fella who haunts the shelves, maybe?
Fine. I'll go and speak to Harpocrates, and if he does, I'll see if I can find...
You do that. Lest we forget...
Is a storm coming, Sid? Will there be...
Sid, perhaps you...
I can certainly...
It's not who, but what. Mid-scales. I borrowed them to teach the little ones about weight, and shortly after the lesson, my first thought was that they'd taken them off somewhere to play, but when I asked, they swore they had nothing, which almost certainly means that...
Perhaps a visit from Sid.
I don't like to imagine that my pupils would lie to me, but they were in the atrium when I last saw...
Lawsman Harpocrates. I've come to pick your brain if you don't...
Valisthea, a culinary pilgrimage. The young man did a wonderful job with the Chance's stew. I do hope...
That's actually why I'm here. I don't suppose you know where I might find skyworm livers and...
So the fabled Sandbricois delicacy is next on the menu. Delightful. The descriptions of fried mortress never fail to make... Now, skyworm is a somewhat antiquated name for the wyvern. Their ground livers being the paste from which the mortress is made.
Dragon livers.
One would have thought the disciples of Bahamut would have a touch more reverence for their icon's brethren. I believe the specific dragon the recipe demands is the blueback wyvern.
So we know where to look for our liver.
Saint's bonnet, in contemporary parlance. A herb which grows along the north reach. I gather that one can locate the cheerful yellow flowers by their heady scent alone. So I'm sure you'll have no trouble finding. I may add that people once believed game was best.
Meaning that if I find one, I find the...
Best of luck, Clark. And do save me a bite once...
Seems the hideaway is lost. I heard the Emperor was impaled on his...
We're all gonna die! You hear me? The Akashic are coming!
What do you reckon we should do? I say we should...
Sid!
Hard at your studies, It's not a set of scales.
No.
Well...
And just how long have...
We're sorry.
But we didn't break them.
Just like Miss Middledore showed up.
Miss Middledore? And why would she have you
Because that's the only way to become a ninja-neer.
Miss Middledore said, the best way I see how something works is to...
Well, then your work is already half...
The taking apart was easy enough, but...
Speak for yourself. The heavy thing goes at the bottom. Then...
You three need to learn to take risks. So let's have a look at these parts with fresh... All right. Every piece has its own role to play, and if even one of them is missing, the scales won't work. You already know one of the pieces. The body. Its role is to support everything else. This is called the arm. Why do you suppose...
You're right. It looks more like a wing.
You've ridden a chocobo before, haven't you, Sid?
I'll think about it.
Hold things. So wait.
Good thinking. You're on the right. These round parts are called the pans.
I do. But these aren't for frying bangers, you idiot. But what if I wanted to weigh goots? I don't think...
What are the chains for?
Well spotted. Which means something must hold the chains up in turn. This tiny piece is what's called a cogwheel, or gear.
I have. Miss Middledale's dungeon is full of them. Most are on the floor.
She puts them in all her inventions. They spin round and round and...
That's right. They're very useful when you want to make things move. Do you remember if there was anything...
I remember the arm moved when I tried weighing an apple. And then somebody ate it.
It's not my fault. You shouldn't have tried weighing it before lunch.
We know what part's supposed to move and how it's so. Let's put the piece...
Not a bad idea. So, now that we've taken stock of the parts and learned what they do, what do you think?
I think we've got it.
Then here's what we'll do. You tell me what goes where, and I'll put the scales together.
Well, obviously you need to start with the body. All the other pieces fit onto it, don't they?
And the arms go on the body, just like real arms. And then the arm...
Very good.
Yes!
Well...
Oh, I just put the pieces together.
That's right. Women...
Her hairs.
Yeah. Hairs for the future.
What do you think, Sid?
With a little more help from Miss Middledale and Miss Shirley.
You hear that?
Until then, though, do try to be honest with...
Hey, look! We never used the cogwheel.
You don't think Sid forgot?
Girls here can have Otto and Gav and Gareth and Cole and all the rest. My heart beats for another.
Fancy a look at the list, do you? Quick look. Always something in there.
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper. Is everything we've received and everything promised? All done?
We sent curse breakers to Martha's Rest, Dallamil.
Did you see that? Tell me you saw that.
There's barely been a shipment in since the stars, though.
Mindless though they are, an Akashic horde large enough to besiege the free cities.
Is a storm coming, Sid? Will there be thunder?
Well?
It was as you thought. They dismantled them to see how...
Oh, no.
Thankfully she won't. Although I was...
I'm so sorry. I shall see that the children...
Please, there's no need. Mid seems to have taken the three of them under. She'd have them follow in her footsteps.
I see. Sid, do you know...
She told me it was because her studies had been interrupted by events in Canva. Is that not true?
No, it isn't. The university offered her a commission. In exchange for full tuition to anyone else, it would be an opportunity. But to Mid, who lost, but that should come as no surprise. She's only ever...
Which explains her... She's working to give them a better life.
Ah, you've given them far more than that.
I got peppers to numb your tongue off.
There were ghosts at the gates not days ago.
You heard the Herald. And the Empire along with him. If we're going to survive...
Captain said it was you who slew the, whatever they were. And for that, you have our thanks.
Hippocrates said I should be able to find what I'm looking for somewhere nearby. Bright blue dragons and bright yellow flowers. Should be easy enough to spot. This must be our wyvern. Right. Let's get this over with. That's the wyvern's liver. Now I just need to find the herbs. Bright yellow with a heady scent. I think that's everything Molly needs to resurrect her recipe. Good girl. You deserve a rest. But not for long. No more vengeance.
for making this town a welcoming place.
What are you after? There you go. Thanks very much.
I'll build a barricade so sturdy, even a bandicoot.
Scouts have reported seeing more.
Good girl. Fly, Ambrosia. Can hardly make out.
We're not alone.
No holding back. This one has a little more life left in it. All right then. Nice try. Can't talk. Nice try. Seems this one has a little more life left in it. All right then. Too slow. Back to sleep with you.
Seems the hideaway's lost its...
So, did you have that word with Tomes then?
I did, and he was as helpful as ever. He told me exactly where to look, in fact.
And what precisely will I be cooking up? Or is it better...
Blueback wyvern liver. And...
Ah, wyvern livers, was it? Well, at least it weren't actual worms. Now then, you stay right where you are. Let's hope these grand old... And here we have it. Ivan's offered to make sure it's fit for consumption. Well, I say offered. He as good as begged.
And rightly so. Is there any higher honour than partaking in a slice of culinary history?
So, no.
What? The crackle of the crust gives way to an almost violent richness. Yet, it is a tour de force. A force of...
I think he likes it.
Well, I can't quite tell with all that nonsense he's talking. But I reckon you might be right.
Decent. It's from... Sid, might I suggest that you command a party of your finest men and women to procure...
I'll give it some thought.
What can I get you, Sid?
Shout if you need to... Oh, you're not leaving already, are you?
You look like you could do with a drink.
Don't be a stranger, Sid.
Clive. If you're gonna buy something, be quick about it. You're rubbing me blind, you know. You'll not find a better price than that. It'd better all be here.
So, will it be?
And? Did you see the pair that got hauled into tires?
I help you today, Clive? Your benefactors are a generous lot. And this? Come again. I may have more for you.
Ready, go? Fly, Ambrosia.
We could use the ruins to cross the ravine.
Assuming they will allow it, the Echoes have a will of their own.
Tell us about Yote, Joshua.
She's strong-willed, loyal, and deadly with a blade. Much like Clive, but with better manners.
All right.
I do. Where are you off to now, then? Bound for the Free Cities, perhaps? No need to say if you'd rather not. We all have our reasons. We could do with a bit of inspiration. Don't know which way to turn no more. Was doing a roaring trade back in Oriflamme. Right up until the poor Drake lost her noggin. So, thought I'd try me luck in the desert. Then Fang went to
faster. You deserve a rest. You're injured. What happened here? Where are your comrades?
It swallowed. My own men did this. There's a village not far from here.
I'll go. Rest well, so... You said the encampment was close. Let's hope the Akashic are still there.
Another ether flood. They're everywhere now.
We can't go around it.
Then we'll just have to be careful.
All right. I got here in time.
Is someone there? Please, I can't move my leg.
That doesn't sound like an Akashic. You're with the battalion?
I am.
Taken care of. One of your brothers...
Another survivor.
...is...
He was right to send you. Tabor is safe thanks to you. You seem...
You must have me...
Son of a whore.
I was there, in Kosnis, when you killed my brother.
My war with Hugo Kupka is over.
And what of my ill will?
When your wounds have healed and your head has cooled, come and find me if you must. Though I hazard your life would be better spent in service of those who need it.
My oath? What would you know?
I know how hard they are to keep.
No. Lord Kupka told us of your crime.
Man.
I am nothing like you. Just know that I will.
We're nearly there.
Have you been to Tabor before?
There are a few places I haven't.
Welcome, travelers. We don't get many visitors here in Tabor.
Where now, Joshua?
There is a residence just inside the city gates. She awaits us within.
Here, take a look at my wares. Fine choice. Go safely.
What brings you to our humble village, young man? If it's our artisans you're here to see, then please.
My Lord Marquis, it is an honor. I am Yote, Knight of the Undying, charged with the protection of His Grace Joshua.
Of course. It all makes sense now.
Would you care to elaborate?
The Undying are loyal servants to the ducal throne. Or more specifically, to its heir. They have served our family for generations, albeit from the shadows.
Since their inception, they have been tasked with the preservation and enactment of the rites of ancestral communion. After the events at Phoenix Gate, it was the Undying who delivered me to safety. And since the day I left Rosaria, Yotei has been my constant companion and protector. Without her sword, I would not have survived my journey across the realm.
Rise, Lady Yotei. You saved my brother. I owe you a debt I can never repay.
I but did my duty.
Come now. Tell us what you've discovered.
Your Grace. It is as you feared. The vessel we spied off the coast of the Crystalline Dominion on the night of her fall. It was the Einherjar. Beyond any doubt.
The Black Galleon.
Joshua, the Einherjar is the Royalists' flagship. What business would they have in the Dominion?
Upon learning of Waloed's involvement in recent events at Drake's Fang, I sensed the malign influence of Ultima, and bid Yotei and the Undying look into the matter.
We have reason to believe that the Black Galleon weighed anchor shortly after the fighting began, and set a course due south.
For Canva. Then it is Waloed knights who besiege the cities.
What is left of them, yes. And the Black Galleon sails at but one man's behest. Barnabas Tharm.
But are we truly safe here in the Agora?
The city guard have been paid, if that's what you're implying.
All the more reason for them to run.
Well, you are free to leave, Lord Minister.
Markets abandoned, warehouses aflame, blackened hulls choking every port in the capital. Canva is ruined.
The realm teeters on the brink of chaos, and all you can think about is commerce!
Forgive us. We were not aware Dhalmekia now subsisted on charity.
How dare you?
Distinguished members of the Council, you must forgive His Majesty this intrusion.
What is the meaning of this?
A trifle crowded, but I fear it will have to serve, my liege.
Very well.
My colleagues, do you not see? The King! He has come to save us from the Akashic! He is a gift from the heavens, divine intervention, our very salvation.
And of course, if it is compensation he requires, we would be most willing to negotiate a fair price for services rendered.
Fools! Your ignorance unbecomes you.
Your Majesty, correct me if I'm wrong, but I would swear that the fiends washing the cobbles of Canva with the blood of her citizens wear the colors of Waloed. Ha! So you do not deny it. Guards, fetter them, and see our guests to the dungeons!
Enough. Pathetic creatures. That you should imagine yourselves worthy of salvation. The girl is still here, somewhere in the city. Her consciousness fair dripping with her late father's hubris.
A consciousness to which Mythos is inextricably bound and inexorably drawn. See that he is made welcome.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Come, Mythos. Surely the Prince's light cannot have sated you.
So then, how long has Waloed been under Ultima's control?
How long indeed? Based on what we know of Barnabas's actions, I would guess some few years, mayhap more.
But to what end? What does Ultima want?
The tapestry. Show them.
By the flames.
Phoenix Gate, Drake's Breath, and now here. But what is it?
It is old, ancient, even. Naught remains of the faith it represents, save what can be gleaned from the image itself. None could tell me what the one in the apothecary meant, even the Undying. But I believe it may be the key to discerning Ultima's purpose. That figure in the center, the one beneath whom the icons congregate, that I believe to be Ultima. He is a god, or at least godlike, his very existence beyond our ken. The icons, and by extension their dominance, are meant to be his subjects, and while some, like Barnabas, have accepted this role, others have rejected it, like you, Clive, which is rather inconvenient, as it appears he needs you most of all. And gods don't like to be disobeyed.
No, I don't suppose they do.
Clive, may I tell Yote of the lake?
By all means.
Yote, I will be accompanying my brother to the Free Cities. Whilst we are afield, I would have you watch over those Clive has made his wards. Umielos delan tuisag ilith. Though well concealed, the hideaway lacks trained fighters to defend its occupants should they be discovered.
But it is my duty to...
As it has ever been my brother's duty, remember.
If that is your wish, Your Grace. But please be safe. If aught were to befall you,
You have my word.
Farewell, my lord, my lady.
We are in your debt, Yote.
Let's find our friends.
It's plain she cares for you very deeply.
And I her, which is why I had to let her go.
Opportunity beckons. Who among you is bold enough to heed her call? Is that blade for hire, perchance?
Figurative.
Well, a passing caravan carried with it a rumor most fortuitous for one in my trade, that an elder Dread-Evis are aggressive beasts. Compelled as they are to acts of violence, few survive to...
How do you want to sell?
Eventually, yes. Though I would have it tanned first that it might be crafted. Dread-Evis skin is a rare thing indeed. But the worked hide of a well-aged... Bring me that beast's skin and I will shed...
All right.
Of course you will. Leave to... I eagerly await your safe...
Careful how you pack that leather. Any creases or scratches.
You! Finally.
Is something wrong?
At the university, the student...
The university?
A specialist in ancient cultures. The most accomplished in all Valis. In my heyday, no obstacle could have kept me from my study. The answer, would you do?
Climb the stairs.
And some courteous soul is rumored to have carved clues to Tabor's rich history into stones dotted about the village. 3 of them. I'm here in the hope that, namely, the otherwise undocumented origins of Tabor's unique people. People quite unlike those of neighboring lands.
I can't promise I'll remember everything, but...
Remember what you can. I'll piece together the rest. Make for the domed pavilions, and you'll have... If it wasn't for those domed roofs protecting the stones from the elements, the truth of Tabor's history would have been lost.
How are those new boots treating you?
No history would be complete without mention of the mother crystals.
Why won't the sky go back to how it was? I don't like it.
So it's these stones to Canva, and the rest of the boxes.
Not a scratch on them.
Have you noticed the Elder has been coughing less?
What golden plains might the wanderers have called home, I wonder?
Decent quarry's been hard to find since the skies turned.
It has indeed. Can't blame the beasts for being on edge.
Farmers must have settled here in Tabor. I should speak to the old scholar before I forget everything I've read. The engravings were...
Oh, what? Come, let's start.
Guardians of the Crystal. The first stones of Tabor. I'm pretty sure...
Fascinating. But whatever could have driven the Guardians so far from their sacred charges?
Wanderers of the Gore.
No doubt you're right. This is proof.
Children of the Hunters. Now, that's all three.
And so, 3 Guardians, little, nonetheless. One cannot help but wonder why this fact is not better known among scholars, given that the stones stand here for all to see.
Too many stairs.
Ha!
Careful how you pack that leather. Any creases or scratches will bring down the price.
Cyril. How fares the search?
Well, Your Grace, my report shall be with you ere long.
Ah, yes. Yotei is otherwise engaged, at my behest.
And the duty of wardenship?
Fulfilled. For as you see, I've been reunited with my first shield.
I am Cyril, Knight of the Undying and bearer of the Burning Quill, charged with chronicling the mortal deeds of His Grace, Joshua Rosfield, keeper of the Flame of the Phoenix and rightful Archduke of Rosaria.
I entrusted Cyril here with overseeing the investigation into Ultima's origins. Findings from his brothers and sisters afield are delivered here to be collated and catalogued.
Just how many Undying are there?
Not nearly enough, milady. Yet we are glad to give our all in service to the Phoenix. Such is, and has ever been, our creed.
I see.
You have your associates, I have mine. But you may now think of them as ours. That won't be a problem, will it?
The Phoenix is our sun, and we but the shadows that quicken in his radiance. It is from the darkness that we serve, both him and now you. Pray accept this token. For as long as you bear it, members of our order will reveal them if there is nothing.
No.
Your Grace.
To Canva, then.
We'll talk about this. Cyril seemed very, You certainly keep strange bedfellows, Joshua.
Ah, Lord Rosfield. I'm afraid I cannot stay to talk. I must leave to collect the reports of our spies.
Cities under siege.
Cyril, luckily.
Not here. There are horrible beasts down that way. Lash and terror will kill you.
Are you sure this is the right way, brother?
Enough of you, are there? Safe.
Display, brother.
Come on. Run like the wind. Straight home now.
Old baby. It looks like there's still plenty of fighting in the air.
Over here! This one!
This thing reeks. The sooner it's off my hands, the better. Let's go. Back to the stables, girl.
Forsaken soul, eh? Only those who have nothing more to come here. Go empty your pockets. Let's have some fun.
A deserter turned outlaw. We were more similar than he knew.
Here, take a look at my wares. A fine choice. Anything else? A fine choice.
Here's your hide, as requested.
I worried you might never return. Oh, as supple as a maiden's cheek, yet as adamant as her virtue. This is everything I had hoped for, and more. Clearly, my trust in you was not misplaced. You must be a hunter of considerable talent to have bested the beast with nary a scratch. Join me as my honored partner. With my means and your might, we shall be as well.
I don't plan on making a habit of this.
Very well. Do not allow me to keep you from being about you.
Ah, Lord Rossfield.
Good girl.
Orcs. Then let us be rid of them.
Stay down!
Let's go.
Clive. Smoke.
Is the city fallen?
The free men are still holding their own, then.
Do we have any idea where Gav and the others might be?
There's a warehouse near the docks where we agreed to meet if there was any trouble. We should hurry.
If we're going to do this, we'll need...
Clive, your timing is impeccable. It just so happens that right at this very moment, we're in need of someone with your talents.
And what talents would those be?
Why, your fearlessness and your skill.
I'm listening.
Well, as I'm sure you're aware, when these dark skies swept over the Republic, so too did a wave of chaos and confusion. Randalar has been particularly badly affected. Many of the capital's bearers have lost their masters, or taken the opportunity to flee them. None remain free for long, of course. Most find that the army too is in disarray, and finds itself unable to provide for its new charges. Which means...
And you've been looking to buy, to make sure these masterless bearers remain that.
Precisely. It's the perfect opportunity to free dozens more, and for an attract...
So where does my skill with a blade come?
Though we may have the funds to buy these bearers, so we've been searching for a place where they can be resettled. Somewhere, and we believe we have found one. Cashlock. The place was abandoned a long time ago.
And so, we seek...
How could I
Excellent. Theo, if you wouldn't mind making arrangements...
Of course.
Sounds like...
I will. We have an entire village to... Even if I begin right now, I'll be... So I'd better try to clear the place out before the wagon...
I'll do my best.
You will find a village in Chairdra's Thread, past Lateney's Cleft.
All right.
I'm sure...
Good girl.
This must have been a nice place once.
Will be again.
Farewell. Stay down!
I think that's the last of them.
I think you're right. Let's head back to Boklad. Something the matter, Theodore? Quiet.
Those are our terms. I trust that you will give them your full consideration.
I shall. Thank you.
Him again.
Someone you know?
Yes. And, no. But enough about him. How did you fare down in Cashlock?
It's done. The village is safe now.
You made quick work of it.
I should go and let Ella...
Don't let me keep you. But Clive, don't tell her. She'll only get upset. I'll explain everything once you...
All right. Eloise.
Thank you, Here. Well then, now that you have I suppose we'd better. The first thing we'll need to do is make sure...
You're still in a go.
We are. A trusted colleague has been dealing with the Fist on our behalf, but things have been tricky. I suppose it's to be expected. This is the... But we shall emerge...
Well...
I'm not sure I do.
Ah,
you wanted...
The man I was watching earlier. He represents the Silver Peak Consortium.
I don't think I've heard...
Well, every trader in Dharmekia has. They operate across the length and breadth of the Republic. And they're still expanding. And judging by her reaction earlier, I'd say she had half a mind to accept.
And you'd rather she did?
I would rather she did what makes her happy. And I would never deny her... Eloise saved me from slavery. But this was not the life my sister wanted, nor the one... I won't let her give up on it. She freed me from... She must be freed from her...
You're a good man.
I have always been grateful, and I want to repay the favor. By letting her live her own... But each time an opportunity to do just that arises, she turns it...
She loves you.
And I love her. Which is why I want this time to be different. To show her that I don't need to be watched over anymore. Though I'm sure I'll still need some help from time to time.
Always.
Thank you, Clive. Well then, these bear... That's a job for the... This could well be the last commission the Crimson Caravans undertakes. Under present management, at least. But don't tell my sister I said that.
Sounds like thunder.
You're late. We're starting to think you'd stumbled off a cliff.
I seem to recall that was you, Gav.
Good to see you. Any trouble on the road?
Nothing we couldn't handle.
I knew you'd come. Is that who I think it is?
Yes.
Allow me to introduce my brother, Joshua.
Clive's told me all about you. Or even listening most of the time. Name's Mididol, but everyone calls me Mid.
My lady.
Hey?
My boy.
Uncle Byron.
It's really you. I never thought I'd see the day.
So these Akashic are being controlled?
That's what it looked like. Empty eyes, eerie blue glow. No doubt they were turned, but silent as monks, every last one of them.
Your man here speaks true, Clive. We saw more than a few in this city. They moved in ranks with a purpose, and not of their own.
Ultima's doing.
Perhaps.
What of the city? The people?
Dead, mostly.
Mostly, but not all. A handful managed to lock themselves in their villas before the Horde arrived. Some in the Merchants District to the west, and a few others on the far bank.
If the Akashic stumble across either hiding place, a few bolted doors won't hold them for long. We need to find them. And quickly.
What do you propose?
We split into two parties. I will make for the Merchants District, while you look to those across the river. Mind keeping an eye on my brother?
Not at all. We find the villa and try the servants' entrance.
Understood.
And what of us?
Mid, is she fit to sail?
The ship? The Mithril engine could probably do with a few more tweaks.
Then you better work fast. Even if we do reach the survivors in time, they'll never make it to the hideaway on foot.
You leave that to me.
See that Mid doesn't get herself into trouble, would you?
Think I can manage that.
I'll keep him safe.
Looks like you stuck with me, Byron.
That's Lord Rossfield, you little gutter snipe!
Shall we then?
And you keep Clive safe.
Be careful. Both of you.
You too.
All right, Torgal. Let's find those survivors. They don't stand a chance against those things. They've been routed. They're wearing Waloot armor. where the city's leaders gather. There may still be survivors inside. Where are they? These creatures. Sultan's creatures came this far. What the hell is going on here?
Where is your master? What does he want?
You've caused quite the commotion. But then I would expect no less from you, Muthos.
You again. I don't believe we've been introduced. You were in my family's crypt. And now you're here. With an army of Akashic thralls.
Manners, Lord Rosfield? They are men, like you and me. Albeit ones unburdened by the wills that drive our kind to madness. They are pure. They are divine.
What?
And they are all that remains in this once raucous city.
You'll pay for what you've done.
As you wish. I confess I have been very much looking forward to this. Pardon me this indulgence, Your Majesty. The vessel shall not be spoiled. I am Sleipnir of House Harvard, and you will yield. Or not. As long as you don't hold
Nice try. Little trick.
You will forgive me if my performance seems uninspired. It is just that I expected so much more from our chosen one. Perhaps this will kindle your flame?
What now?
A gift from my liege lord's armory. Gungnir. Watch closely, Mythos. Yes! Yes!
Actually, I wouldn't. Too slow. Too slow. Over here!
The vessel is strong. My liege.
Clive!
You're all right.
As are you, I see.
We are, yes.
I'm sorry, but we couldn't save them.
It was over before we arrived.
Well, you did what you could. I fear we were all too late. What's wrong?
Nothing. I hope.
Leaving so soon, Mythos?
It's the king.
Indeed. You may kneel before Barnabas Tharm, Warden of Ash and King of Waloed.
Get back.
Wild and impetuous. I expected more of the boy who bested my Lord Commander. Yet I see why my master covets you so. The power within you, Mythos. The potential.
Stop calling me Mythos.
But Mythos is everything. The cornerstone of all creation. The Lord's vessel. Your purpose.
My purpose? To surrender my mind and body to that thing.
No, Your Majesty. My purpose is my own. I made a promise to my friends, to my people. And nothing is going to stand in my way.
You would allow this delusion of free will to bar your path to greatness? Truly, your volition is a cancer. One that must be excised.
Try it.
As all the rest.
Joshua!
This way! Hurry!
Power beyond reckoning, and they use it as a crutch. Such a waste.
Will he be all right?
The phoenix can mend flesh, but the spirit must recover on its own. I'm afraid the rest is up to him. This place is remarkable. Outfitting it must have been no small feat. But why go to such trouble?
That beauty's belly's filled with wonders the world ain't ready for. If the guilds caught wind of what we were up to, they'd all want a piece. All right?
And how is he? Do not blame yourself. He was barely breathing when you brought him here. We would have lost him if it were not for you.
No. Barnabas may have severed nigh every sinew in my brother's body. But he made certain the wounds were not fatal.
Nigh every sinew?
Allow me, your lordship. Don't know what I was thinking, putting you to the trouble like that.
'Tis no trouble carrying comestibles to my ailing nephew.
I know, but you've already done so much for us. Pouring your gil into the hideaway and now the ship. I don't want to take the piss.
You risked your life. And for what? Some girl you hardly know. Why'd you do it? You not mad or something?
I wouldn't go that far.
Clive!
You're awake, my boy. Oh.
All I want to do is help. And the world won't save itself. It was Sid. Your father, who taught me that.
Sounds like him.
Don't you dare do that again.
What of the Royalists?
Fucked off, the lot of them, along with the galleon. With the king on board, no doubt. The Iron Hair wouldn't sail without him. Clive. Jill didn't come back.
What do you mean?
She dragged you out.
It's all right, Mid. Jill is fine.
The ether of her icon endures. And as long as it does, we can be certain she is alive.
We must pursue the Black Galleon. Jill will be with the king, I'm sure of it.
Well, good luck catching him, because my ship's going nowhere. It's the Mithril engine. She's got a kick like a wild chocobo and a mind to tear the hull in half.
But you have an idea.
Well, of course I do. My dad'll have seen this coming a league off. If I had his old writings...
If you had his old writings, you'd be sitting under a fuckload of rubble. The ones Otto didn't save anyway. I suppose he might still have a few pages in his stores.
We'll have to hope it's enough. Do what you can to ready the ship. I'll speak with Otto.
In your condition, you really are mad.
Perhaps. But the world really won't save itself.
Gav said that Otto might know something.
Cole said it was an army of Akasha.
How are we supposed to do our duty when the hills are crawling with Akashic and the valleys are full of ether?
Clive? But if you're here, where the hell is everyone else? Don't tell me. They're all right. You lot don't do things by halves, do you? Well, at least everyone's still breathing. Now,
Sitting under a pile of rubble.
but we were able to save a few bits and pieces from the ruins, most of which ended up being used to build this place. The more personal items we gave to the next of kin. In the case of Sid's things, that would have been me.
Then I'll check the workshop.
Fancy a look at the list, do you? Quick look. Think you can help?
What did you find him?
Back again? And how could... But are we any better? I cannot claim. Such ironic, then. I do so enjoy our little chats. What will it be today? How may I help you today? Here you are.
Very good.
If Amber and the Lazarus are gone, do you think Mid's ship will ever sail?
This looks like it's from Sid's old diary. But you'll already have read it. I'd better keep looking. What do we have here? Oh.
I know this is your hideaway, but you really shouldn't be in here. If Mid caught you rifling through her research, she'd have your head. Then mine for letting you.
That leather loosener was only the first of the discoveries the Alembics gonna help us make. We had no word as to witnesses. You wait. It's all right.
I remember seeing this doll in Sid. Sid's best invention. So Sid hid something in Mid's first opus. What would that be? Perhaps Otto might know.
Master Sid, have you seen His Highness the Prince? We were to dine together, or so I was going to suggest, before he vanished, that is. I suppose now I'll just have to ask the Bard.
It says here that
Your brand.
You're going to have it
Kashik is forever lost.
Choice, Guy. It's the only way they'll take me into the curse book.
Well, possibly.
Opus? Not good, unless you mean the orchid. She couldn't have been more than, what, 11, 12 when she cobbled that thing together? It surprised us all. Not least her dad. You should have seen how proud he was of the little scamp. What's that battered old box had to do with anything?
I think Sid may have hidden something inside it.
Wouldn't surprise me. Those two and their bloody treasure hunts. Half the things in the hideaway were hidden one time or another. The equestrian's in the tub and crown, where it's always been.
How are we supposed to do our duty when the hills are crawling?
Cole said it was an army of Akashi.
You don't know what you're talking about. The odor's what gives Chance's stew its, depth. And that's what makes it superior to any old lizard livers.
Oh, please.
I didn't break it. Well, I didn't break...
What didn't you break?
Nothing. We didn't break nothing. We definitely didn't break the orchestrion.
What's wrong with it?
It's broken. Except... See?
And you had nothing to...
Nope. We just wanted to listen to all the songs at once. So we pressed all the buttons. Like this. See?
All too well. All right, out of the way. Something caught on one of the gears.
Did you break it? Can you fix it?
No, I mean, yeah, yes. There.
You fixed it! Sid fixed it! He more than fixed it! Yeah, new music!
Huh. They started playing when I removed this.
Well, don't look at me. I can tell you it's important. Sid showed it to me once and said it was the stuffed dreams. Let's just hope it's the stuffed ships.
Indeed. Let's see if we can make some.
Just the two I was looking for.
Aye. Who's a patient?
Actually, yes. The Crown Prince just left.
Dion left?
Unless you've another word for stood up and... He did have the decency to leave a message with Obelisk before commandeering one of his dinghies. Should we...
No, we're not the Prince's keepers.
I'd rather he did so in bed. Much like yours, I suspect. Otto told me what happened in Canver. What is it with this realm's princes and their aversion to rest?
Ask me when I get back. Though I may be sometime.
Then at least...
And if that fails, try.
Every moment I waste here, the further the flagship sails. I have to get back.
Still alive, are you? Coin purse weighing you down? You're rubbing me blind, you know. You'll not find a better price than that. It'd better all be here.
Trouble with your gear, or... So, will it be? Not bad, if I do say so myself. You can thank me later. Should last you a good while. Yeah, that should do you. No scratches, all right? My best work, but it'll do. And?
He's a surly soaker. Who cares less?
Sid, do you recall...
Vaguely.
I'm afraid so. I fear the soil here does not... However...
I can't.
I'm going to marry the Morganbeards with Morbles. I know. Morbles are possessed of a highly choleric temperament. The fire which drives them appears to be maintained by... I believe that by grafting a Morble vine to a Morganbeard, the appendage's wealth of vigor-inducing nutrients might well stimulate... The endeavor, I assure you, is scientifically sound. I simply need...
And all you need...
That is correct. As for the Morble, I fear ordinary may not suffice. But, as luck would have it, a most extraordinary specimen... Why, a notice concerning...
How timely.
Well, I shan't keep you any longer. I know you have much to do, as do I. Now, where did I put my watering can?
A trader from across the sea once told me that on the continent they play music. Their crops.
Cole said it was an army of Akasha.
How may I help you today, Clive? All yours. Come again. I may have more for you.
can't keep this up. Glory to Griga. There you are. And not a moment too soon.
What's happened?
Taya's busy working herself into an early grave. Since the arrival of her latest patient, she's refused to stop, even for a moment. I've tried offering to see to him in her stead, but she won't hear of it. Clive, she hasn't left the infirmary in days. She's pushing herself too hard. And if she doesn't rest soon, will you talk to her? Order her to her chambers if that's what it takes. Because if she keeps this up, I fear the hideaway will be without its best physica before too long.
I know better than to order tight.
Thank you.
Well done. Yeah. But we all admire your dedication.
I will. Until then, we owe him that much.
Who is he?
Someone from my past. It won't be much longer. The crystal's curse has almost finished its work. If I had the tears, I could ease his passing. But without them, we've nothing that will touch the agony.
How would tears help this man?
Not my tears. Tears of mercy. Alicia, it's...
You wouldn't. There must be something we...
Sometimes an easy death is the greatest kindness we can... You do well to remember that, Roger.
We have all the ingredients we need for Alicia Balwam. It needs to be fresh. I can make the draft if you can bring me...
Just tell me what you need.
There is a species of venom-weeping spider that lives in the forests of Northern. Bring me one of their eyes. Preserve it as best you can, but avoid contact with it. I'll make sure the other ingredients are ready.
Thank you, Clive.
All right, Clive. Blackthorn told me you helped him out again. Speaking of which...
Worried about him.
Afraid so. It's a bit of a funny one, this, but... I saved this posh knob while I was out on a mission, and he gave... So, obviously, I show it to Blackthorn, thinking he'll be impressed, only for him to go, try as I might, I can't for the life of me work out what could have got him upset like. And seeing as how Blackthorn opens up when you're around... Cheers, Clive.
I'll be sure to pay him.
All right.
If it's knowledge you seek.
Bloody hell, Clive.
That remains. August tells me he showed, and at the sight of it clearly...
Come on, mate. Bottling it up. If it weren't the ring, and it was...
It brought back some unhappy memory.
Memories of what?
There are things we'd all rather leave behind, Blackthorn.
And sometimes...
Don't be like...
Fine. If it'll get you off, that ring you flashed was the work we apprenticed together.
You've never mentioned him.
Why would I? Ain't seen him in decades, and the last time I did, we almost came to blows. The ring brought it all back. Vast has improved, though. More than I thought possible.
So it was a nice ring. Worth a few gil.
It matters, because engraving metal's a nightmare, and I've got no bloody idea how he managed it. The fact is, I couldn't make anything even half that detailed.
So what? You're an armorer, not a jeweler.
I'm the Hideaway's master craftsman. I'm not stealing a living at some backwater village forge. My armor keeps you lot safe, and my swords keep you dangerous. As far as I'm concerned, every swing of my hammer's another blow struck in the name of our cause. So I put my heart and soul into my work. Because the curse breakers deserve better, and I refuse to be shown up by the lot.
Very well. Why don't we go and pay him a visit?
I doubt he'd be too happy to see.
Then just this once, swallow your pride and focus all your energies on keeping the curse breakers armed. Provided you can do that, you'll hear no complaints from me. But if you can't...
What'd you say, Blackthorn? It's not like you'll be...
All right.
Magic. So, where do you reckon old what's his...
In Dravost, my old village.
Dravost, eh? That rings a bell. Just north of the fields of Carava. Got that, Clive? Meet us at Dravost as soon as you... And I'll make sure Blackthorn don't get...
Good luck with that.
The free city's under siege.
All right. This might take a while. Kicked down already?
No. This charmer ain't letting anyone...
Why are the gates closed?
Chief's orders. No one. Not that I'd have let you in anyway. I suggest.
That's what I'm trying to... Ain't changed a bit, have you, Snotty?
No.
Long time no see, eh?
What the hell are you doing here?
Well, it was meant to be a surprise, but since you are so nicely... I'm here to see Zoltan, you fucking numbskull. Now let...
All right, just... Don't go starting anything.
Yeah, I promise I won't throw the first...
Go on, then.
Much obliged.
So this is Dravost. Not much going on, is there?
It's a smithing town. When I was a lad, you'd have to shout to be heard over the sound of... Clive, you're good with people.
Hey, you...
There's a river of bad blood between... But if someone can build me a brick...
All right.
I appreciate it'll be near the forge on the hill. It was our master's.
Forge on the hill.
Good luck.
But if we can't fire the forges, how are we going to... earn our keep.
Shut your hole. The chief will think of something.
I have some things for sale. May we meet again?
Mama, why hasn't Papa come back yet?
He's helping the chief with something very important. You go back inside now.
Hotter! Hotter, damn it! Those miserable flames wouldn't melt butter, let alone iron.
Pardon the intrusion. I'm looking for the chief.
That'd be me.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
I'll bet it is. Keep the gates closed, I tell him. Well done, Snotty. You're not welcome here. Get out. Before things turn nasty.
Blackthorn's here.
What did you say?
He's traveled a long way to see you.
Yes, has he?
He's waiting. Down by the gates.
Then I suggest you take him with you when you leave.
Didn't you apprentice together?
So what if we did? Fuck! We're getting these bearers' flames are next to bloody use.
We're never going to be able to fire.
I'm a busy man, as you can see. Oh, that prick knows exactly what he's not wanted here.
All right.
Please, Chief, you've got to do something. If this keeps up, we'll be ruined.
I thought I'd made myself clear.
No use.
Piss
The flames just aren't
off.
enough.
I suppose we could try working copper.
But if we can't fire the forges, how are we going to earn our keep?
Shut your hole. The chief will think of something.
Let me guess.
As a personal...
Well, at least he didn't beat about the bush.
There'll be no talking him round. Not after what I did.
Which is what exactly? If we're to help, we need to know. What turned the village against you?
I left. Dravozd. Zoltan. The burden of leadership our dying master dropped in our laps. All of it. There are two kinds of smiths in this world, you see. My kind, who are in it for the love of the craft, who labour on a single piece from dawn to dusk to get it just right. And the other kind, who are in it for different reasons. People like Zoltan, whose work is quick and cheap. The kind of smiths who shit out a few hundred blades, reap the profit, and divvy it out among themselves. There wasn't a single day we weren't at each other's throats. And bit by bit, people started taking sides. You would have torn Dravoj in half had it gone on. So, I left.
You didn't have to do that.
Zoltan's a better chief than I would have been. His way of doing things kept food on people's tables. Dravoj prospered without me and my lofty ideals getting in the road. Until the crystals run out at any rate. Without magic to fire the furnace.
It depends on how you look at it. There's got to be other ways of making fire.
Thanks to Sid's ingenuity, yeah. He saw all of this coming. Knew crystals were the problem, not the solution. And spent years coming up with ways.
You know what I mean, though, right? What I'm trying to say is that it's not your fault.
It doesn't matter whose fault it is. I don't want to be the greatest smith alive just because I happen to be the last. Clive, Dravoj won't last long without his foot, so... Do you think it's the way I see it?
Hold on, Black. Sid made those things for us. And you'd be throwing it...
All right. This place was your home. Sid's creations were never meant to be hoarded. It was only let this be another step on the road to freeing Valisthea from the prison of Dravoj will show the world that it's possible. Wouldn't you agree, August?
Of course. It's like hearing Sid.
Thank you, Clive.
Shall I go and fetch them?
I know I'm off by heart. I'll be needing some help, though. Building a furnace isn't exactly a want. Do us a favour and round up anyone strong enough to lug a brick or two, would you, August?
Oh?
I need leather for the bellows and nothing else was. Luckily for us, salamanders feed out in the field.
Time for a spot of hunt. Come on. Run like the wind. Easy. Let's make this quick, shall we? No holding back. I dare say that would be enough for a decent set of bellows.
What's this all about, then?
Don't know.
Good news, Clive. When I told people we'd be building a...
Any trouble finding this?
Nothing I couldn't handle.
Right then. Top everyone pulls their...
Well, I'll be damned. I honestly didn't think it'd work.
You know what this means?
Sorry about earlier. That thing you built us is an honest-to-God's marvel. You saved our village.
It's Blackthorn you should be thanking. What is it?
Pit coal cinders. After he left, I spent years trying to eke the most out of our forges. That there was my answer. Chuck it in the fire, and your forge will burn hotter for longer. Our secret for yours. I've always envied, since the day I became chief. I spent every spare moment trying to match up to the bastard. No amount of sleepless nights at the anvil will ever bridge that gap, though. He's a genius. Plain and simple. But he took off. Is it any wonder I hate his guts?
The cinders would mean more coming from you.
I need to forgive him first.
Well, you know what they say. Oriflamme weren't built in a day and all that. These things take time. Especially when they involve two geezers who hold grudges tighter than their hammers. But what matters is, Blackthorn's got that twinkle back in his eye. And I'd call that a job. I reckon he's going to be at it a while yet, though, so why don't you head off without us?
See that you both do.
All right. He'll be... He's still explaining the ins and outs of the new forge, so I doubt we'll be going anywhere for a bit. No sense you...
Thanks, girl.
Just any more book of it. All right then.
Over here!
is definitely anything but ordinary. Now, let's get this vine back to the yard. Gentlemen, I see you both made it home in one piece.
Yeah, the whole village turned out for everyone except Zoltan has.
Oh, but that reminds me.
Pick old Cinder. How'd you come by it? And you're sure?
I'm sure. He didn't say so, but I think he wants to forgive you.
Huh. Yeah. You know I could never leave this place. Every time you put on mail, you and the curse breakers are trusting me with your lives. There's no greater honor for it. I'm not about to go crawling back to Zoltan for forgiveness. But if that helps save even a single life, what was it you said he called me? Huh? A genius? Sounds like I better get to work. I've got...
It's good to see you back on foot.
I don't know how you pair put up with me sometimes. I'm grateful. Now, where was I? Oh, yeah.
Ain't got the art to tell him how similar they are. Stubborn bastards. Wrong. It's a shame him and Zoltan couldn't let bygones be. No use grumbling about it now. Blackthorn's happy.
Trouble with your gear, or... So, will it be? That it? Fine.
He's a surly soaker. Who cares less about...
Sid, I can't help but notice that your satchel is twitching in a most violent...
Here. It's your problem now.
What an amazing specimen. The flesh positively throbs with vitality. If I can successfully graft this to the Morganbeards... When I successfully graft this to the Morganbeards, I suspect the results will be immediate. I shall begin at once. It is just as I hoped. Witness how the Morganbeards have taken to the blighted soil. How they bloom with heretofore unseen vigor. Why, I dare say such a vine graft would yield similar results when applied to other specimens as well.
I'm glad I could be of assistance.
You've not only helped us, Sid. You've saved us. Do you recall the extract with which I provided you before? I took a moment to distill some more, but this time with the petals from the invigorated Morganbeards. And would you believe? Its potency has nearly doubled. You must... Allow me to thank you again, Master Sid.
A few more of these, and the Deadlands will...
Allow me to thank you again, Master Sid.
How do? Much obliged. Take care out there. Hey. How do? There you go. Thanks very much. There you go. Thanks very much. Much obliged.
Just because the heavens have gone to rack and ruin, it don't mean we have to.
Ah, Clive. Just the man I was hoping to see.
Oh?
You remember how some of Sir Wade's guardians took up residence here after the Akashic attacked? Well, now the rest have come to join him. Seems their barracks in the Lazarus have been lost to an ether flood. Now, I don't mind having a few more brave boys around to keep them animals at bay. But we ain't got nowhere for 'em to bed down. Poor buggers are having to make do with haylofts and chalk. I'd build 'em a new barracks here, but where would I put 'em? There just ain't enough, which leaves us in a bit of a pickle. The people were...
I see.
And it isn't just that lot. There's been more and more of them turning up lately, coming from all over, but there's only so many we can shelter. We can't keep cramming more and more people into less and less space. What we need is a new home for our... And that's what I was hoping you might help me with. If it ain't too much...
It's no but.
Thank you.
So?
Well, I reckon we could do a lot...
Eastpool. It's been a long time since I thought about...
It was a tragedy, and if any of us could have done anything to stop it, what's done is done. And those who lived there wouldn't have wanted the village they loved to be...
I suppose you're...
The blight might be pressing in, but I reckon it's got a good few years left in it yet. There's just one problem. A band of cutthroats have made it their den. And they don't seem like they'll be nasty bastards they are too. Would have sent someone to clear them out sooner, if my boys didn't already have their hands. But now we've got a few more guardians of the flame to call on. I reckon it's time we made our move.
I do. Eastpool was once home to people I loved.
And I know the men. I've already shared a few thoughts with Sir Wade about how... And I dare say he's got some ideas.
Of course. All right, Sir Wade. Let's hear your plan. Sir Wade.
And you, Lord.
I spoke with... She tells me you have plans to free Eastpool.
That's right. Though it was most... I rather fear my men have been treading on her toes somewhat since joining us. And then there are the bearers. Men and women who found the courage to flee their masters and thought we need somewhere to settle them. And I can think of...
As can I, which is why I...
That's very kind of you. With you beside us, we shall soon send that rabble of rogues...
So?
That thankfully there aren't too many of them. Fewer than a dozen at our and rather less, thankfully. The road that leads there will more than likely still be crawling with Akashic. A small force would suffice to clear the village, but if the Akashic were to follow them in, that force could end up trapped between a rock and a very hard place indeed.
I'll head into Eastpool and deal with the bandits. You and the Guardians can stay outside the village and fend off any Akashic who come too close. Make sure I'm not taken unawares.
I can't ask you to bear all that risk yourself, my lord.
The Akashic are the bigger risk. I can handle a few bandits.
Well, if you're sure, I shall summon my men at once.
Shall I wait for you here?
No need, my lord. You go on ahead. We'll be with you before long.
All right. I'll meet you at Eastpool then.
We shall see you there.
If you're wondering how this place got so busy, blame the ether. Guardians, bearers, folks from all over have come, seeking refuge from the flood.
Walk in here.
You will leave. That's the end of that, then. Or maybe not. What's that thing doing here? Doesn't matter. It goes Any more surprises?
Bravo. A magnificent display, my lord.
You were watching. I thought you were keeping an eye out.
We were. Put down more than a few on the road, then arrived just...
Let's hope it was the last of its kind. Though I expect you and the Guardians will be up to the...
I would hope so,
Your men will be bringing the bearers who'll be living here, It might be best to send word for them to come right away.
Of course. I'll send orders for them to depart. Leave it with me, my...
Home. No. We're the masters now.
That's all of them. And not a single... Now to begin the important work of rebuild. It won't be easy. Especially not after 5 years of beasts and blackguards having their wicked way with the place. The masonry might still be sturdy enough, but half the beams are rotted. Those that weren't lost in the fire or burned by the bandits, that is. It'll take a bit of elbow grease, but we'll see Eastpool rise again. Just you wait.
So wait. Lady Hannah is buried here. If you don't mind, I'd like Oscar to join the rebuilding efforts. He should be a part of this.
Of course. I couldn't agree more.
I'll let Martha know that everyone arrived safely. If you need anything more, you have only to send a Stolas.
And we will, my lord.
Eastpool is in safe hands. Time to go and tell Martha the good news.
First things first, We'll need to get a few of these roofs seen to. Wouldn't want to be caught in a storm without any shelter.
I'd better get this well back in working order. If we're gonna live here, we'll need something to drink.
This was the Murdoch residence. We'll see your home restored, Lord Commander.
So this is our new home, is it?
The Guardians of the Flame were true friends to the rest.
Can't say it wasn't a relief to see the better part of the Guardians finally taking their leave. We barely had room to breathe, what with them and us and all the others all crammed in together. They were...
Ah, that Sir Wade told me you got rid of the bandits while it... What's all this about some shape-shifting nightmare showing up? On second thought, it'll only give me nightmares of me own. What matters it?
I suppose it will be.
What else? Sir Wade said there's plenty bad happened to that place. But that don't undo the good that happened there. No need to throw the baby out with...
Did Wade say that?
Well, something along those... Anyway, the poor souls might have made it to Eastpool. So the way I see it, if it's food or lumber or strong backs ain't...
Thank you, Martha.
No, thank you.
I wanted to.